Hello, everybody. Okay, let me check that I actually turned on my microphone this time. I did. Everything is good. Everything is fine. Everything is amazing. Okay, hello, everyone. And I have a light, simple, easy stream for today. We're gonna do pathfinding. Amazing, right? Fucking love that. Okay, as always, my desk just keeps getting more and more messy. There's more and more stuff on it every time. There's a random piece of paper. Pretty sure this was from when I was doing like PNG compression and I was like drawing out Huffman trees. But now there's just random paper on it that is getting in the way. Let me put it back. Do you know what you're gonna work on after this game? Probably some system optimizations, some safety for the system, some, basic stuff like that. Because, yeah, it's not super secure right now. As part of that, I might or might not study a little bit about encryption stuff. We'll see. It's not really part of that. It's not necessary to make your system secure. You just kind of have to make sure you're not doing anything stupid. Not a given. By any means. But you know. Somewhat similar topics. Might be interesting to study them together. Here, Jester, have a charger. I didn't mean for that to actually land on him. Need to do some cable organization in my room too. I fixed the issue that I was having yesterday with the power outlets, but that whole area, that whole desk over there, it's mostly cables. So is this one, kind of. You've been looking into microkernels a bit. Honestly, it's a topic that I've been interested in, but I haven't done anything about, I feel like if you're gonna have a microkernel, you need to be really locked down because everything else is gonna be provided by the external elements that aren't in the system. Should redacted be highly customizable or low customizable? The way that it's going right now, it's kind of low customizable, but it would be nice if it was high customizable. Except, I don't know, actually. I don't know which one I would want. Genuinely couldn't decide right now if I had to. I'm aiming towards low customization because that gives you high control over what happens in the system, and it makes it more stable and it makes it easier to work with. But customization is usually, it doesn't have to be this way, but usually customization comes with an extra layer of complexity added to it. Because the more customizable the system is, the harder it is to just have a pre-built version of the damn thing. Which is, kind of an issue that Linux deals with. And I believe one of the main reasons that Linux is not gonna get adopted as a operating system used by most people anytime soon, because most people just don't wanna have to constantly customize and fix and troubleshoot their system. But even if it was super stable, Most people just don't want to go through the whole customization thing. They just want it to work. The operating system, in my opinion, should get out of your way. And more customizable systems don't tend to get out of your way. There is a way to do it technically, just not very common. Whole point is to have as little running in kernel mode. Yeah, that's for microkernels, yes. That's the part that I like about it. And it would make things more customizable. But a microkernel can be, how do I put this? A monolithic kernel is like a giant thing with a tiny door. And a microkernel is a small thing with a big door. So if you're not careful, or maybe with a lot of doors. So if you don't lock every single one of those doors, well, people can get in. Don't know that analogy made any shred of sense, but I think you should still be able to understand what I'm saying. Couldn't the distros just provide a really nice default theme so when people don't have to customize it unless they want something different? That is the way that customization could be done while maintaining ease of use. I just don't trust programmers. I'm kidding. Obviously, yes. But y'all need to behave. Us programmers need to fucking behave. We love complexity. Honestly, I don't. I fucking hate complexity. I love simplicity, but I feel like a lot of programmers love complexity and it really frustrates me. Because sometimes it feels like they want to make things harder for themselves. And then if those are the people in charge of, creating your operating system, then you're going to have an operating system that is complicated and complex. And the average person is just not going to want to use it. That's the way that I see like Linux, for example. Like, yeah, Arch is so customizable. Do you think the average person wants to waste time customizing, custom building their operating system? No. Just to watch like fucking YouTube videos on Netflix? No, nobody wants to do that. But programmers and technical people, tinkerers, power users do want to customize things. And they're the ones who make Linux distros and they're the ones who make these systems. And so I feel like historically, let's say, that has led to high customization also meaning high complexity. Does it need to? Absolutely fucking not. The solution would in fact be the middle of these two ways, exactly. Not even the middle of the two ways, high customization with a default. It's that simple. Just high customization with a default would be the ideal way of doing things. So, to answer both of your questions, I have looked into, well, you weren't really asking about microkernels, but I'm gonna pretend that you were. You were just talking about them, not asking about them, but I'm gonna pretend that you were asking. I have looked into microkernels, and I find them interesting. I've also looked into customization, and I find that very interesting. But I believe that the best way to implement those kinds of things is, like I said, high customization with a simple default. If you don't want to, you just install the damn thing and you're done. That's it. You just, I don't know, browse the internet, fucking watch YouTube, watch Netflix. You don't need high customization for that stuff. You don't want to interact with a file system, you don't fucking interact with a file system. You don't need to interact with a file system. You don't need to know where your documents are. It's absolutely fucking unnecessary. But if you want to know, you should. That's where I like mostly agree with Apple, but sometimes have disagreed with them. You don't need to know where your files are. That's 100% true. You may want to. And you should be able to. Which isn't always true for Apple. You shouldn't be able to install just about anything without any safety checks. In that term, I agree with Apple. But if I know what I'm installing, like for example, my own damn script that I wrote on the same computer that I'm trying to run it in, I should be able to run this. And Apple doesn't really let you do that. If you try to run this, like you double click the script on an Apple computer, on the Apple computer where I wrote the script, it will tell you that it's unsafe, and the only options that you get are OK or move to trash. You have to go into the settings, you have to go into privacy, you have to find the option that tells you, hey, this program is unsafe. You have to click open anyway. You have to authenticate with your password or Touch ID. I don't know if there's any Macs with Face ID, but yeah, with your fingerprint. And confirm again that you want to run it, and then it will run. You have to do all those things for a script that you wrote on the same computer that you're trying to run it in. Then again, if you run it from the terminal, Apple is like, okay, this person seems like they know what they're doing. We're going to just let them run the damn thing. So in that sense, yeah, but like, can't I just have a global, I know what the fuck I'm doing, let me run whatever I want option on my computer? You have to go into recovery settings, I believe, to activate that option. As to making a file explorer, I don't know about that. I don't see the need of a file explorer in my system as it is right now. Right now you have no files, to be fair, but do you need a file explorer? Not really. Do you need a file explorer in fucking 90% of use cases for a computer? No, you don't. What I would want to do, so actually what we're talking about right now is something that like microkernels, customization, all of that stuff is part of the stuff that I wanted to explore in November. So after this game is done. November, December, however long it takes. Essentially, the overall structure of the system is what I want to explore after this, as well as security. Like I said, it's a big it's a big topic. It's very important, but I feel like they go kind of hand in hand. So exploring the architecture of the system, that would answer a lot of these questions. And you need a file explorer. Why do you need a file explorer, and why do you need me to provide a file explorer is the main question. You can access your file system. Like, could the file explorer be a user application? I feel like it could be. I feel like as it is right now, considering I've removed the limitation that you can only access your internal file system within an application, you can build your own file explorer if you want. It's just a matter of, do you actually need a file explorer, or can it be done without files? That's up to you to decide. But as it stands right now, you are able to access the entire file system. And that makes it so that you can have a file explorer. The big limitation that you have when it comes to a file explorer is I have barely implemented any listing directory entries, and I will be just taking a big sledgehammer to that entire function and just tearing it down and starting over. Because as it stands right now, when you list, actually, I don't think there's even a syscall for it. I think because of what I'm saying, I've disabled the syscall for it. Let me see. Directory list. Use the File Explorer twice a day? See, you're a programmer. I'm assuming you use the File Explorer a lot because of that. Even that isn't strictly necessary. But that happens. Power users will use the File Explorer. People who are used to using the File Explorer will use the File Explorer. The average user doesn't need to use the File Explorer. It's all been abstracted away. I keep seeing this argument about like, oh, Gen Z doesn't understand files. Or Gen Z doesn't even know how to use files. They're so computer illiterate. It's not that they're computer illiterate. They just don't need to use the File Explorer. It's just most of the times it's not even necessary. And even if you work with files, you can do it within the application that you're using, as is the case here. So in that sense, yeah, files they're important. I built my entire system around files, to be fair. But that doesn't mean that the files need to be directly exposed to the user and that you require knowledge on the file system in order to be able to use the computer. I feel like that is an antiquated concept and unnecessary. And yes, the syscall for directory listing is currently disabled, which means that, okay, technically you can't do that. Although you could just enable this and see if it works. There's a high chance you're going to get an exception because the memory is not yours to access, which is why this syscall is disabled. We only use the File Explorer to download documents from Teams and then copy them to our OneDrive folder. That's just a poorly done abstraction, for that matter. If you think about it, on your phone, you don't use the file system at all. You can if you want, but you absolutely don't. So, none of this is set in stone, because like I'm saying, maybe this is stuff that we're going to talk about more in November. But as it stands right now, I don't think a well-designed application in the year 2025 requires you to access the file system. I would want to stay as far away from the file system as possible, essentially. Personally. But if you want to be able to build a file system, I want to make my system customizable enough so that you can do it. But again, I haven't really decided on customization yet. But if I'm applying the philosophy that I mentioned, which is probably what I want to do, then high customization means if you want to access the file system and organize your file system in a very specific way, you're welcome to do it. But by default, you don't have to touch the file system at all. Kind of like that, let's say. So that's the high customization with a default provided. Yeah, I'll probably will update the file system a bunch. That syscall needs to go entirely. The writing files barely works. Like you don't have writing support inside of the what is it called? The actual disk. So most write operations aren't even implemented. The only one that's implemented pretty much is writing to console that I can think of right now. Maybe networking, but I'm not even sure about that one. Probably not. I definitely haven't updated it, so probably definitely not. Yeah, no. Forget the networking thing. Absolutely not. ECS, yes. All right, let's get into game development. And the furthest conversation to November, let's circle back to it. Let's put a pin in it. Oops, sorry. My corporate job jargon's coming out. Not for another 24 hours. Well, actually, slightly less than that, sadly. Okay, yesterday, I had a little bit of an issue where the way that you create an ECS component is, well, it was being done with static arrays. Obviously, that's a little bit of a hack. Really, the memory management should be done by the engine. It should be done in the heap, but since it's currently not, because of that, then components were being created per translation unit, so per C file. And that means that some systems that were declared inside here weren't accessing the components that were being created inside here. They were accessing different components. And that fucking sucks. So I had to create, I really hate this, a component implementation macro, so that now the arrays for the components are declared extern, and then they're all declared in a single place, which is here. So this is where they're actually being declared. Only once and accessible everywhere else. It fucking sucks, but best I could do on such short notice. If networking works, will it be possible to download apps and install in Redacted.s without having to compile Redacted.s from on a computer? So yes, as a matter of fact, right now the apps work through 9p. So I'll need to make that whole system a little bit more robust. But the way that it works right now is applications are loaded by a shared folder, which is why I said that technically you don't need to reboot the system in order to update the application. It's just rebooting the system takes like a second, and there is a memory issue that's happening right now that prevents that from working indefinitely. So in a way, easier to just restart the system anyway, but technically you don't have to. It's done via 9p, which is technically a networking protocol. The way that it's implemented is with a 9p device that VirtIO provides on QEMU, but I want to abstract that away so that you can communicate via 9p with any kind of file system. And that means that you could have a distributed file system, so running on a virtual machine and getting files from the host computer, which is what it's currently doing, but also running either on a virtual machine or on real hardware connected to a network and being able to access files from elsewhere in the network, which is what 9p was originally made for, because that's how Plan 9 was supposed to work, and that's how I want Redacted to also work. And besides that, I also want to make a fallback so that it looks for applications also within your disk. Yeah, if you want to make apps, if you want to make a file editor for compiling code, you're probably gonna need a compiler. That is, to be fair, one of the reasons why I am considering doing that 9p stuff, because that way you could defer some stuff to other computers that already have a bunch of built-in tools, and I do want to make a compiler, but like not right now. And like I said, I want it for static code analysis. Then I want to do like cross compilation, make it easier and whatnot, all that stuff. So I want to build so many elements that together could build a compiler that I do want to do that, but it's not a priority in the slightest. That's for when I'm bored, essentially. So not anytime soon, and a compiler would take a really long time. But that's what I'm saying with 9p. Would it be possible to have networked a networked system that works like 9p, but probably would need to be expanded a little bit so that you can just tell Linux, here's some files, or you have some files, compile them for me, and then take the ELF file that it compiles. So you don't have to create an entire compiler or port an entire compiler to Redacted OS. You can just have Linux, which would essentially be running a 9p server. Do that. Linux, Mac OS, Windows. Oh, that was hard to say. Also, you could do it with Windows, I guess. Redacted OS is gonna have to touch Windows here. Probably just gonna bring some wet wipes and be like, to talk to Windows, but you know. That is a thing that I could potentially do with 9p. So, let's just say November is the month where we explore both the security and stability of the system, and also the architecture, the big picture scale of what I want the system to be like. I want it to be distributed. I want it to be... Again, haven't really decided on micro versus macro kernel, but I have to make a decision there, draw the line in the sand somewhere, and, you know, I feel like a lot of those things would go hand in hand, because if you have a macro kernel, you don't need as much security because most of the important stuff is inside the kernel. If you have and you just don't trust anything coming from outside the kernel, that's simple. If you have a micro kernel, like I said, you have a lot of different doors. You have to put security on each of those doors. Whereas on macro kernel, you have a very small door with just a little bit of security on it. Okay, all of that is for November, so not right now. Right now, let me talk about a couple things that have happened in the last 24 hours, and then begin with the game development. Numero uno, I merged all the pull requests that I mentioned yesterday. I do believe the pull request for audio, so a sound mixer and all that, is currently in a different branch. It is. It's in the sound WAV branch. These networking branches, I'm pretty sure, can be deleted. I'm not going to do it right now just in case I fuck something up, but I'm pretty sure they can be deleted. And I merged, first off, Amex's terminal improvement. So thank you for that, Amex. Some console improvements as well that I mentioned yesterday, and that includes some print improvements and the audio playback thing. But like I said, that's in a different branch. Also coming into the system, not really virtual memory support yet, but I have built, essentially I moved the kernel to a higher address. So let me see if we can see some, actually we need to. All right, so all of these addresses now have an FFF at the very beginning of them, which is like, this is a 32-bit value. They're really a 64-bit value. So at the very beginning of that, they have an FFF. And that's a virtual address that points to this address that we see here. And the good thing about that is it's getting translated by a different MMU table from the normal ones. So you can use the normal ones for the process's memory that's currently running, and the higher one, the other table, for the kernel. So you can have the kernel and the process in memory at the same time. And then you can swap out the process virtual addresses so that different processes can use the same addresses. So that's mostly done. Now I need to do the multiple translation pages for multiple processes part. But that part is mostly done, so that's an MMU. Although it does kind of create a problem with GDB, because now GDB doesn't really understand that FFF000004100DE3C corresponds to 4100DE3C. So GDB looks at that address and it's like, I don't know what the fuck this is. So I need to look into maybe how to not make GDB even more useless than it already is. I mean, even more unusable than it already is. But besides that, that part 1 of virtual addressing is done. Part 2 is, of course, proper virtual addresses. And then the sound mixer. I've worked a little bit into PNG stuff. So now I'm able to decode a lot more PNGs. You can see a lot of changes that I made in PNG. And a lot of changes in string. So actually, if I run the system again, the prints are going to look different in a way that I kind of really hate, to be completely honest with you. Because libc can be stupid sometimes. Why did I do it without multi-threading? All right. Now we can see that the addresses are like this. They don't have the 0x in front of them. That is standard compliant, but I believe the standard is stupid. So, for example, this number right here. Is that a hexadecimal number or is that a decimal number? I can't tell, just at a glance. And I feel like that's error prone. Whereas when it had a 0x in front of it, that was easier to understand. So I might, now that it is standard compliant, break the standard again. Just make 0x the default. And if you want it to not have a prefix, then you specify that you don't want a prefix. Whereas right now it's the opposite. You have to do this ugly thing in order to print a hexadecimal with a prefix. I would rather do this ugly thing if you want to print it without a prefix. But I haven't fully decided, to be completely honest with you, on whether I want to break the standard or not. Especially so quickly after somebody brought it up to standard. But we'll see. And for PNG, I can mostly decode uncompressed images. There was a bunch of, first off, a bunch of limitations that I put in there that I just didn't support it. It was just like, if it's not a dynamic compression, I don't want to hear it. Now I do want to hear it. Mostly works. I tried on a uncompressed picture of Chester. It seems to work. Like, all the stuff is there, but then the image is black, so it feels like it didn't fully work. But all the steps, uncompressed, memory copying, a filter, all of that stuff seems to work. And for a smaller image, it does work. But yeah, I'm working on that. Got it to work, just showing a black image, but no errors about an hour ago. So I still have to look into it. And I still have to look into non-dynamic compression and bigger images. All right. Okay, enough of a preamble, 40 minutes. Then again, we're talking about important things, so not a problem. Let's get into the game development. All right, so yesterday I had to implement this shit. It fucking sucks. But now I should be able to break up this 500-line file. That should be possible. That should be a possibility. I believe I've already done it. No, I haven't. But I did notice a problem. So this is what we were working with yesterday. Okay, system is made, so we can move on to Ghost Game. Let me see if it still runs. Okay, this is what we were working with yesterday. No, it's still broken even without the humans now. Okay. Not sure how it broke, to be completely honest, but possession stopped working, it seems. But collisions kind of work. They still have a few bugs that need to be ironed out, but collisions work. And today we're going to focus on, first off, fixing these bugs and then pathfinding, at which point the game is mostly done. After pathfinding, everything we have left after that is just a plus. Well, you know, a plus such as sprite animations, art and assets, and audio and sound effects. Technically, the game is working without them, but they're nice to have. But that's why I'm calling them a plus, because they're not strictly essential for the game to exist and to happen and to work and to run and to play. Hello, Bob. And or Billy. Okay, first off, I need to see why the fuck possession stopped working. So let's begin by bringing these three functions back to their file. Now that I fixed the problem that required me to move them over there, I can start breaking up this main file quite a bit. But you know, little by little. And then wait, is check collision calling collide? So let's fix this bug. Also, that bug I gotta fix. Didn't I delete those prints? They're really annoying. No, I didn't. I didn't delete them. Okay. We also want to get rid of this. So that's a stupid print. And that collide function. I don't even know where it is. Oh, here. Okay, so there's a chance, I assume, that this collider is not working. So we're gonna want to check that. That's the first thing I want to check. All right, hold on. I gotta make a change in the system real quick. It is checking collisions. Just, I'm assuming it's failing on all of them. They also seem to be nowhere near each other. All right, let me go to the system real quick. To kernel.c and bring this back. And we're just gonna immediately commit just that. So that's a really annoying thing. Oh, Excuse you? Excuse you? Are you crashing on me? Why do I always do this without multi-threading? Yeah, it's crashing. What the fuck? I guess not. That is so weird. Make ruin? Okay, make run is what I meant. That is so annoying. Alright, can we just undo this commit? Bro. Seriously. Can I just revert to this one? Lazy Git, can you help me? I love that it's called Lazy Git when all it does is just provide an ugly ass UI for this. Can I reset? Reset head to the chosen commit and discard all changes. Okay, that did it. Okay. That is so weird. It must be some of the changes made in the terminal that now no longer work. That's a PNG working now, by the way. That one is uncompressed, I believe. Not entirely sure. Okay, so that was a fucking bust. That didn't work. Now let's continue debugging why collision is not working, it seems. Between the ghost and the objects, preventing us from colliding with the objects. Possessing the objects, actually. Ah, shit. I did not think about this. I undid the change for alpha. That kind of sucks. Okay, so does 3522 collide with 38151? No. On the y-axis it doesn't. Wait. No. Does not. 13 definitely not. This one should collide. Though it seems like it does not. Let me try to do it a little bit like smarter now. I'm gonna go to the first object, which is the TV. I should be colliding with it. Now that we don't have transparent pixels, very clear that I should be colliding with it. And it should be the first one. According to this, my position is 4.7? I don't think that's right. Me being at 4.7 does not seem right at all. Let me put him here. Oh, that's not right either. All right. I'm at 0022. That's correct. Let me go down now. Well, it's not really correct. Now I'm at 3 and 4. If you saw a bug, you can open another PR, I guess, to fix it if you want. Because not really a priority for today, I think. These values are entirely wrong. My values, I feel like, are entirely wrong. The values of the ghost. And I cannot believe I undid my changes. Do I have any stash? No, in the system. This is local branches. Where are the these are the stashes. Oh, okay. So apply this. No, hard to tell if it worked, because I did a make clean. If it's just 2 lines, just feel free to send them to me also. It's up to you if you want to open the PR or not. Okay, so now the ghost is back to being transparent. And again, Jester, get out. What are you doing there? Get here. Get on the bed. No, I'm not gonna. You're not gonna be a lapdog again. Not today. Not taking lapdog applications today. He's offended, I think. No, he's just sleepy. Alright, yeah, so it feels like the ghost's movement is just entirely wrong. No. And I couldn't really tell you when it happened. Okay, good thing is just gonna log the ghost's location, and we're gonna see if it is just very weird for whatever fucking reason. Because it seems to be. Okay, the game froze. Yeah, so. Why is 0 starting here? When then for the objects, 0 starts here. So, let me guess. If I do this... Yep. I can possess objects. It's just that the ghost's location is wrong for whatever reason. Does it have anything to do with the clamping? I thought it had to do with the humans because yesterday this was happening and I disabled the humans and it went back to working. But yeah, it's not working. It's clearly not working. Where's the clamp movement? Here it is. Based off of the game scale, I believe this is not correct. I believe it should be based on the game map. Although that does mean that objects will... No, you're still wrong. The camera can't even follow him. What's happening? Why did he disappear? If you go to the right place, he's like possessing the correct object. But the ghost is operating on an entirely different wavelength to everyone else. He's on a different coordinate system. Which I'm assuming is because when you render a sprite, you adjust by the camera position, whereas when you do it for the ghost, you don't adjust for the camera position. So if I simply do it like this, the ghost probably won't be in the center, but... Oh, the ghost is actually very in the center. And actually stays in the center. Yeah, I did think an exception there was weird, but... And now I can possess objects correctly. Okay. Problem fixed. That was a little dumb of me, I guess. Oh. Yeah, making an exception for how the player is rendered is definitely gonna lead to issues. And collision is working, but when you're on top of an object, like if I... it's a bit hard with gravity in the way, but if I land on top of the fridge, I can no longer move. Okay, so we're definitely gonna need to fix that before moving on, because actually one thing that's missing here is this. Actually, yeah, it is planned. There is proper collision and raycasting, except it's not proper. So I need to fix that issue where two objects on top of each other don't move anymore, because we need them to. Not just for when you stack a TV on top of a fridge, but also for when you stack anything on top of a floor. Because right now you can just fall through the entire game map. That's not how it's supposed to go, obviously. There's supposed to be walls and floors and ceilings that prevent you from moving. They're not there right now, but if they were, most likely, they will make movement entirely impossible. So, let's begin. Actually, let's begin by putting those floors there. If I put floors, then definitely they won't be able to move, but that's a good thing because then it'll be easy for me to fix that. And Jesus Christ, there's already an ad. All right. I'm just gonna have to reorganize some code, so I'm gonna do this during the ad. It's not a particularly big issue. Nothing important happening. Since I usually do like to pause for ads, but yeah, not right now. I did spend 40 minutes talking before I actually started coding, so it kind of makes sense that there's an ad already. All right, up to here, this is game map code. So we're gonna make it create map. We're going to put it here. And on top of creating the rooms, we'll also have to create per each floor a collider. And per each, I can do it probably easier if I do it in a separate for loop. Because it's actually like this. It's supposed to be 2 for loops. But let's begin with just the floors first. We're going to create an entity. I fucking hate compiler messages sometimes because, like, there's not really an error here. The problem is that I am creating an object within a single line for a loop, which doesn't make sense. Obviously, that's going to be an error, but, like, it's not a very descriptive error. The error says expected expression. What the fuck does that mean? Other compilers tell you, like, you can't create a variable in a one loop for loop. In a one line for loop. Which is a more descriptive error, but I can't be bothered. Okay. We're going to create a floor, and that floor is going to have a transform. I'm going to look into how to initialize it in a second. Before that, let's give it also a solid color with the color being this color, so it can clearly stand out, we can clearly see it. Like that. And a semicolon. And then we are also going to create a floor collider for it. And we are going to give it the layer collider type environment. And mask none. Because it doesn't collide with anything, objects collide with it. Okay, as for its actual transform. it is going to go x is 0 actually. Y needs to be set to that. No. That. Actually, that may not be accurate. It's not accurate at all. Also, I'm not giving it a size. That's not helping. Component size on the x-axis, it is going to be the room size x, and on the y-axis, it is going to be pad. Okay, so that should be creating them, but probably not in the right place. One of them is right. That one is wrong. Jesus, this is lagging a lot. I think it's the networking thing again. Yeah. So I asked. Turns out that sockets are blocking some of them. So that means that I forgot what it means. It means that when it cannot find a network time protocol thing, it just keeps listening for one, and it just blocks the entire system until it times out. So that waiting SNTP sync, that shouldn't be happening. Why is that happening? But anyway, yeah, that blocks the system. Okay, there we go. We have floors. Except I forgot to make them. I made them the wrong size. Oh wait, the reason it's still happening is because I haven't recompiled the system. Oh? Right. For whatever reason, this crashes. I genuinely don't understand why, but it's not like I've looked into it. Probably some interrupt stuff happening that's... I don't know. I have no idea. No, wait. It still crashes. Because I disabled networking? Bro. That is dumb. And yet, that's exactly what's happening. That's gonna need some looking into. Okay. Let's finish drawing some floors real quick. Hello to you too. This is now game map X. Whoops. So the floors cover the entire map. Yes, they do. Okay, great. And the same thing we're going to do now for the walls. Oh. Actually, that should have been rooms X. That's the same amount of... same number right now, but it's not always going to be the same number. The location on the X-axis is going to change according to this on the X, on the X, on the X, on the X, like that. Stages in OS development. Honestly, you have the OS Dev Wiki to give you some guidance on that. Because how much do you need to know about computer architecture? Not very much. You can just learn it as you're going, but... more so, I feel like you need to know programming. Wait, hold on. Didn't even fucking bother, did I? This is supposed to be game map Y, and this is supposed to be pad. Color is going to be the same, collider is going to be the same. And it is going to be located on the right side of the room. Okay, there we go. Wall, 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 wall. And missing walls. Missing wall, missing ceiling. Can we get away with just doing this? I feel like probably yes. It's just math. Main languages, I feel like probably C. Some C++. C is the best one, and assembly. Definitely you're going to need some level of assembly, depending on the computer architecture that you're going for. And yeah, that's good. That's good. Just the entire thing. Okay, that's good. Okay, hold on. All right, now I need to, just to fill those gaps, minus pad plus pad. The good thing about C++ and C is you can mix them very easily. There we go. Hello, Ice Dave. All right, so that works, but I believe because they are colliders, if we try to possess an object, we cannot move. Exactly. Okay, so now we need to fix the collider issue, but I feel like it's going to be a lot easier to test because we have something we're colliding against, which is the floors and the walls. And once that's fixed, we should be able to prevent objects from falling. They should remain within their own rooms. But yeah, right now, this is what's happening. All right. First off, let's get rid of that old log. New lock is out. And this should give us some insight into what's happening. Although that float was a little bit buggy yesterday, so I don't know if it's gonna give us much insight. We might have to fix it. Infinity, 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 infinity. But also, deer scaled by t in dot else would be the rest movement allowed. Right, the thing is that there's currently no movement, which is a thing that I'm not checking against. The thing is, I'm not sure that this check will work. Because float comparisons like these are not. They're not. They're fucking not. Oh, but it seems to have worked. Yeah. Okay. It does work. We should probably check that they're not something like abs is smaller or bigger than a very small value. That's a better check, but if this works, this works. Like, it's not bother right now. Really sucks. The epsilon value, yeah, which is a hard-coded value that I don't know about. So, 1e6 is a good value for float. Let's just quickly. Can I type it like that? Yes. Good to know. Yes. F was missing. All right. That's a good one. Just a slightly better check. But doesn't work. You're really telling me? You're really telling me that the player's movement, the deer, is so close to epsilon that this doesn't work? I find that a little hard to believe. Buddy, you don't even have them. Why are you licking them? Please, why on stream? Doodle lerp. Let's see. This number does not seem smaller than epsilon. It is not smaller than epsilon. By any means. Oh, but you know what is? The absolute. We can move. Okay. And it is preventing movement because this is a problem. As the object tries to move a little bit up, it still considers that we're colliding. Check movement. Check movement. Here it is. Touching is considered a collision, but that's why we're using the movement thing. Because the movement thing is checking with the direction, right? Reduce moving AABB to ray line segment with center as origin. Starting point collides. I see. Well, that's kind of a problem. Okay. We're gonna need to expand this a little bit then. We're working on a collision code for a game for an operating system. Well, to run on an operating system. Not for the operating system. I think it can run just fine without it. Probably a little better. Not very well, but a little better. If 0, it's only touching. So if t is 0, then I should allow movement, is what you're saying? That's what I'm understanding. Also, hello, everyone. Without direction check, it's bad. 2000s and early 2010s when running an IRC server. Basic coding in DOS. In basic on DOS. Some Apple II. Damn. Interesting. I didn't even know until recently there wasn't just one DOS. Pretty much, let's say, any operating system that ran on a disk was a disk operating system. So there's like a lot of them. Same like, I think this one I learned on stream. That one I learned talking to my dad. This one I learned on stream that there are multiple versions of BASIC. which are just dialects of the same language, if I'm not entirely mistaken. But yeah, kind of. MS-DOS Basic is the one that I thought was basic. Turns out there's a whole bunch of versions of them. So I'm assuming that by DOS, you mean MS-DOS then. Because why else would you be writing MS-DOS Basic if you're not working on MS-DOS? Interesting, though. Because the reason I learned about the DOS thing is I was talking to my dad and he told me he used to work with DOS. And I was like, wait, Microsoft? And he's like, no, IBM. And I'm like, what are we talking about exactly? He was talking about like one of the original DOSes. So Uno, if you will. First computer was a Tandy 1000 with 2 disk drives, no hard drive, MS-DOS 3.3, and the text was green. Sounds like a dream. Yo. I have to admit, these computers, obviously they look old to today's standards, but their design feels better than most computer designs nowadays. Except for Apple. Said what I said. And I guess gaming PCs, but then gaming PCs have the big issue that they're just appealing to the pretty light part of our brain. So kinda ugh. Do you think that if you write your own operating system, you can get a job at most companies, or will HR say that you're not suitable because you have C listed and they need C++? Well, for work, I'm mostly a Swift programmer, so I do have that on my resume, and that's cool. But to be fair, the problem, like what you're mentioning, is actually so accurate. The HR part, because if you look at I don't know, if I was doing interviews for a company and you show up and you have C++ experience but not C experience, or the other way around, I'm gonna be like, there's gonna probably be some sort of adaptation, but you, how do I put it? You should be able to do it pretty well. Like, you should be able to learn pretty quickly. Wait, I just realized I wrote... Where did I write that vector thing? I thought it was here. Oh, here it is, okay. Actually, I want to do it. There's also supposed to be a... So yeah, when... as a programmer, if you ask me, could you hire a C programmer to do C++ or a C++ programmer to do C? I would say yes. But HR, without the context that I have on those things, would be like, yeah, no, these are different languages. So in that sense, no. But in terms of actual learning, hell yeah. AI should do profile coverage, not HR. AI should absolutely fucking not do that. HR should do behavioral and then pass it on to the programmers. They should tell you whether... Because for that matter, you may be a C# programmer. Is that what we need? Depends on our context, not on AI's grand total of 0 context. So not HR, but also not AI. Why did I even write this? Yeah. Let's test out what happens if F no wait. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. It's a good check. For that matter, AI should have no say in hiring practices. Um, um, wait, where is that check? It's here. This is where I'm doing the check wrong. Damn it. This goes here. Hello, Stony. This is where I should put the check. It's like a strong smell of soap in my house. I'm not entirely sure why. It's probably gonna sound bad, but... See, yeah, now you can slide. Now you can... Okay, you can move again. The problem is you can't slide. I mean, this works. So the function itself should do the check, right? I think it should. That makes sense. No, I think that's a reasonable thing. I'm completely stuck again. So instead of putting this check here, I should put it in the other thing, right? So first off, you two are coming with me. Because you two are supposed to go in the OS. Sys math library. First, you go here. And you go here. Yeah, it should be part of the math function. That's why I'm moving it. Chester, why are you being weird? Come here. Lapdog. Come. Why are you acting scared? God, you're heavy. Fat ass. Alright. So we're not fully done here, you see, Jester? First, we gotta check if it's a collision, right? easy. If no collision, return false. Because no collision happened. Otherwise, if T hit it's close to 0, can you not get in front of my mouth, please? This damn dog. Here, what we gotta do is we gotta check. Which collision it was, and then what? That's what I'm not understanding. Yeah, could be a null pointer, I guess. Just saves us from doing that check. If we don't, okay, you're just gonna sit. All right. I can't bring my desk bring myself any closer to my desk. I'm gonna have to lean in. Because I have a goddamn lapdog. Fatty ass lapdog. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. All right. What I'm not understanding is the check that I should be doing in here. Check the slab. What did you say? Which slab collision it was? They're either touching or already overlapping. So if float 0, then they're already touching, right? Not overlapping. Or would that be... Because that should be a negative number if it's overlapping, at least the way that I've seen it done in other functions. Basically check the x, y of min, max against each other on the AABB. Totally understand. I did not understand that. Wait, okay, so the min max, okay, of the AABB. Okay, got it. I get that now. Yeah, I feel like the value is not super accurate, but it is correctly returning 0. I do think that is accurate. I do think that part is accurate. Just for the love of God. I feel like where it didn't work so well was that it just kept increasing randomly. But the value being 0 seems to work somewhat reliably. Touching collision, yes. Okay, so what I want to do when it comes to collision, like, I don't even... I need to think of the logic for this. Like, what is the logic for this? Not just the code itself, but just like... Okay, so two objects are touching. But then I want to allow them to still move as long as they're not going into each other. Essentially. Okay, imagine there is 0, -1, -10. Okay. And they're touching, so that would make it so that you're trying to go inside the other object. And you don't want that. What are you smelling? You're being so weird. Every time you smell, you move. And it's uncomfortable. Alright. Fucking big baby. Now he's acting like I'm holding him here hostage instead of like him climbing on top of me. And bitching if I didn't let him. Inline function if. Oh, this one? The check collision, right? Isn't it enough to just project the box? I feel like that's how movement is usually done, but maybe not. I mean, clearly not. Not always, anyway. Oh my god, this damn dog. Can you stop complaining the entire time, please? He climbs on my lap and then complains that it's not comfortable. Go. All right. Okay, so my question for movement is the way that I would do it. Maybe it's a naive way of doing it, but I have an object here and an object here. And this one is moving towards this one at the direction given by deer. So you just check if moving it by that much would collide and tells you how much they would collide by. That's the way that I would have done this function. So like projecting the object to its next location based on the direction and telling if that would collide. And then if so, by how much would it collide, but that's not really necessary information. And in that case, it wouldn't really be... Yeah, but my origin is already touch collide. Yeah, but then when I move like the two objects, I move one in this direction, then when I project, this happens, and it's like, okay, we're no longer colliding, so it allows that movement. I feel like this is how I've seen it done in other engines. It's been so long since I've written code for that, because like between the two game engines that I've used, which are Unity and Unreal, Unity requires you to do everything yourself. So I've probably written code like this. But Unreal doesn't, so I haven't written code for this in a long time. In that case, you'd have to unravel L36 and the one before. Would you though? Hold on, we don't even have to modify this function. This is the one, right? Being called by apply movement, okay. First off, let's include math vector. The array line check. I don't know that you would need array. I'm talking about a projection. Is it here? Yes. So, oh wait, no. It is inside of here. AABB with the direction. Yeah. So I should be able to just project like that. Where I create A, I simply do a vector2 add direction to the current vector, and that gives me a projection of where the object will be once it's done moving. And then I don't do check movement, I simply do AABB check collision without this stuff. Again, feels like how I've seen it done in other game engines, and it might work, might not work, we'll see. No, it does not. This one doesn't need to use the direction, obviously. You have to change check collision too. Like internally? Why? Or wait, don't I just need to invert it? Because find movement collision, if it doesn't find a collision, it moves on. The large if... Oh, here. Wait, no, I'm not sure which one you're talking about. Okay, that one. Okay, I understand. I understand. It moved once. It moved exactly once. Oh, I didn't even touch it. It's haunted. Proper fucking haunted. Yeah, I feel like I may be inside the wall. It feels like it's moving on its own. Bro, my game got haunted. Ugh, I hate when this happens. You play with the ghosts. You get the ghosts. The logic is there. I just don't... Okay, feeling like most likely I understand what may be happening, why it's haunted. I don't believe it's the game lagging or anything like that. Let me bring back the humans so we can confirm that it's not the game lagging. But most likely it doesn't work until the direction is big enough that it's significant. Why are you guys not fucking moving? Wait, they also use the same checks. You're just 0.001 inside a wall on first collision. I don't know about that. The issue is this function no longer has a way of knowing. First off, get rid of that. It's very misleading. Second, can always print the direction to be fair and see if my theory is correct. I forgot, now that we have the humans, all this is gonna happen. Alright, you guys. You're out of here again. These poor guys. I told them they could move in a week ago. And they haven't been able to actually move in. Okay, first off, this collision is not like that. I don't want touching to be considered a collision in this case. Exactly. That shouldn't be considered a collision. This should. But then it gets stuck here. And that's the part that I'm not understanding, because the values don't look any different. Where is that movement even coming from, bro? Like right now, I'm not even touching the... Did I even recompile the system? For that matter. How the fuck did that work? When I didn't recompile the system? Unless... Oh yeah, the library is I don't know. I don't fucking know what's happening. Oh, the header file. Right. It comes from the header file, so it doesn't need to recompile. The file just gets included differently now. But now there's currently nothing happening. Gravity. Fucking gravity. Oh, the gravity of the situation. I didn't even fucking consider it. All right. Let me disable gravity real quick. And I'm assuming now it's gonna work well. I have to admit, I never understood why you can't write 0f and you have to write 0.f. Shroop. It's working perfectly now. Okay, I feel like what we've done now is a better movement checking function. However, it is not 100% working. First off, when applying movement to an object, you absolutely need to fucking move the object without gravity getting in the way. Technically, gravity can get in the way. Like, when I lift something, I'm just exerting more force upwards than is being exerted downwards. So it lifts. But technically, I am exerting more force than it is. Does that make sense? I feel like the explanation that I said doesn't make sense. But, yeah. I essentially want to disable gravity when you're moving the object. The move check function would need to work like you intend and does let the last movement step so they touch in the end. So... yeah. That's how it should work. I just feel like this is a much more straightforward way of making it work. But for the time being, this kind of works, to be honest. The main issue that I have right now is that you need to exert a higher upper force than a lower force because otherwise gravity gets in the way. Which again is realistic, but it's not what you want to do. Because gravity is a force of 9.8 and most objects have a maximum acceleration of 1. Let's see what happens if I just make it 10. Right, slightly higher than gravity. There is still a delay when I'm counteracting gravity at the very beginning. So, okay. Pretty much it is what I think it is. But I just need to make it so that, let me see. So now the humans are not gonna move. No, they're still moving. Right, because they don't have a minimum acceleration right now. But once I enable it, because at the very beginning, objects are not at their minimum acceleration. But once you enable it, it becomes pretty much impossible for them to take off. How is there another ad? It's been 2 hours already. Bro, what? That's... You did not just see artwork. You just saw some poorly made pixel art. Alright, there's an ad. So I guess we're gonna wait. Not sure how this happened, but I'll be back in 3 minutes, everybody. Alright. I feel like different people get different amounts of ads. Not sure how that works. Whatever. Alright. I feel like my current way of doing things is working. But gravity is a problem. YouTube is lower latency than Twitch. Interesting. So right now the very slow... Whoop. What can I do about gravity so that this doesn't happen? You know, besides the fact that I gave it a 0 maximum acceleration, so that never would have worked. But essentially, right now the object has 0 forces being applied to it. So I move it upwards and it moves. Then it moves lower and it moves. But this next time, gravity again takes hold. And makes it so that I now need to counter gravity before I'm able to move it again. And I'm accelerating at 1 meter per second, whereas gravity accelerates at 9.8 meters per second. So eventually I'll be able to beat it, but because it's no longer being actively applied every single time. So then I'll be able to beat it, but I have to counter that before I'm able to move again. So the easiest thing to do would be that if the object is being moved, we disable gravity again. Sorry, we don't disable gravity. We're already disabling gravity. What I mean is we zero out the gravity being applied. Does that make any sense? Jesus, no, I don't think it does. Can we get away with decelerating the object? Don't know about this one. Where are you going? Where are you going, bro? Get the fuck back down there. No, where are you guys going? They're going to the TV. This has nothing to do with this. It's the fact that I gave them vertical acceleration. They're now able to take off. That has literally nothing to do with it. Alright. Hold on. See, we're supposed to do pathfinding today, and then they won't be able to just move willy-nilly like that. Jesus. Alright, where are you guys? Create human. Yeah, I gave them acceleration. See, I really want to prevent pathfinding as long as possible just to keep this thing. Alright, now I can move. I get down. Now I'm still finding gravity here. Well, no, I shouldn't set the acceleration. I should set the speed to 0. The velocity, that is. When I've decided that I'm blocking you, velocity should be set to 0. And you are now hashtag blocked from moving. Boop. 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 Exactly. Okay, sliding across doesn't always work. But everything else does. Except for the input. Sometimes that fails still. But I feel like kind of works now. I feel like I'm able to move objects according to how I should. In a somewhat realistic, somewhat easy manner. Because again, the realistic thing was that you have to counter gravity before you are able to move. And even it's not. It's a collision now. Wall. Yes, I think it happened literally right before you arrived. But yes, now these are colliders. Okay, so it's not super accurate. It's not the most accurate physics engine, obviously. I feel like I don't want to waste my entire time building a physics engine. Because, like, just by holding it against the wall, it doesn't fall. Like, right now I'm just pressing the A key. I let it go, and it falls. But, technically you can do that. But I feel like it works most of the times. And that may be good enough. Yeah, so all of these black things are now walls and floors properly. Yeah, you still possess the wrong object sometimes. I thought this wasn't gonna happen anymore, but it clearly still does. Damn it. See, that kind of stuff shouldn't happen, but again, not the most accurate physics. But you can stack shit. We'll create more accurate physics in the future. Right now, it's really not my priority. Velcro walls. Velcro everything, really, yes. You know what? I don't have Bethesda physics. So, it's kind of... In terms of very basic physics engine, at least I'm not at that level. Although, I also have floating people, so... To be fair, that's really funny how they randomly decided to float against after the TV. Come on, guys. Anyone want to watch TV? Here they come. Oh, the TV moved. Let's go. No, he's stuck there. Poor thing. He doesn't know what to do. All right. Let's bring them back to not having a vertical acceleration, so long as they have immediate pathfinding like this. Let's give them proper pathfinding, shall we? So let's commit what we have first. We're gonna get rid of this. And sometimes Git can be so hard to read. Like, oh, you deleted the create entities function. Now you created a create map function. That's weird. Oh no, it's just moved down here. Git can do stuff like that, especially like third-party clients of Git, but hey. No! They're okay for a first version of a fucking physics engine written in C for my own operating system. I think we're good for today. Well, for this, not for the whole stream. Better movement detection and player bounce fix. All right. AI deciding what was done between two commits. Oh, GAIT. I was wondering what GALT meant. You said GAIT. Yeah. That would be incredible now, wouldn't it? And VS Code, as always, thinks that I'm never importing my damn headers, which I am, my brother. I am in fact doing that. Pretty sure there was a setting for that. Isn't this for the user? So shouldn't I have it? Yes. God knows why it doesn't work. Oh no, header insertion is a different thing. Hey, that's when it decides that you should be importing some system header even though you don't want to do that. So is it something in the compile commands that I have? Oh, you know what? Let me not bother with this right now. Essentially, I just don't want these stupid warnings. And I'm pretty sure that was not here. Address back member, error size deallocation, unused function. Yeah, not here. Whatever. Let's not bother with that right now. We gotta go into pathfinding. Yay. Super excited about this one. You can tell by my tone of voice, I just cannot wait. I couldn't sleep tonight thinking, finally, I'm going to implement pathfinding. I love that. I actually slept like a baby tonight. Okay, pathfinding. So, I guess. When I implemented Huffman, I implemented a very stupid, very naive version of a priority queue. Which I am more than okay with using for some very basic pathfinding without needing to implement a heap queue. So, that was a priority queue that worked on higher priority. Whereas the priority queue used by... I used to have it open here. Maybe I still do. Oh, that may have been a different computer entirely that I was looking at this stuff in. Wait, questions. Example graph, okay. This is what we're looking at doing. But here we have a minimum heap, not a maximum. The minimum priority queue, not a maximum priority queue. So, I'm gonna need to make some changes to that one. I also don't want to put it in data struct because it's not a real data struct, but I don't know where else to put it, so I am gonna do that. Usual boilerplate. Bro, can you please? Thank you. This. Okay. Malloc is missing. This strand of hair is bothering me. All right. I should adapt the queue that I have to work on. Wait, what's up with peak? Hold on, how does this work? Okay, first off, you create the array, you just malloc the array, and you malloc the queue item. That's all right. We could also just, simplify this a little bit. Simply mallocing all together. And then making this root plus this. So we don't do two syscalls for no reason. God damn it. I seriously cannot type. Okay. That's when you create the array. That's simple, easy, no problem. Okay, when you insert stuff into the array, you go to the root size and you, to be fair, you gotta check first if root size is equal to root. We're not storing the maximum anywhere. So we gotta keep that. We don't do anything. Or we might want to return a false. Okay. But we're returning. Okay, we're adding the item to it. And if its priority is lower than the current priority, then we update the priority and the priority index. So when you add an object, it's simple to do it. Although, yes, it is using an 8-bit value, because that was for 8-bit values. Now it uses 64-bit values, which means that... Oh, it was already 64-bit values. Okay, the only insert was using the other one. All right. This is the check, of course, for actually minimum priority. Which, again, which one does this need? Oh my god. The lower the priority, the higher it is, right? I mean, the lower the priority, the higher it gets processed. Whereas here we need the higher the priority, the higher it gets processed. No, wait. Yeah, minimum value should be root. So the lower priority should be, okay, the first one processed. So this queue is actually correct for that. We don't need to adapt it. Keep in mind we're not doing a heap. We're just doing a simple array as a queue. But... Wait, what's your problem now? That's declared right here. Oh, but they're not, yeah. Hold on. All of these functions, I'm pretty sure, need to be exposed. And now Huffman, abandoned Huffman encoding code, is now happy again. Okay, I feel like that's all we need from the OS itself. So back to the game to do pathfinding. Let's finally create a new file. Now that I actually can. We want to include types.h, and we want to include math vector.h. So that way we have this function, right? All right. And here, of course, we want to include the pathfinding dot. All right. Before I do anything else, okay, this function is being called from here. So, I haven't decided how is the pathfinding going to work in terms of within the rooms, like how many nodes there are. Do I just make one node per room? I think I'm gonna do like that because it's pretty simple. One node per room, and when you want to move to another room, you go to that node, and then you just move normally within the room using simple collision detection. Or yes, I feel like that may be the way that I want to do it. So essentially, each of the rooms the way the code gets so much shorter when you don't have the autocomplete is so funny. You make a mistake and half the size. Okay, room nodes. I just realized these two are inverted. They're the same value right now, so you don't notice it, but they're inverted. Exactly this, which is the room's location. Actually, the room's location is there. Lock. And you're at the location plus a vector 2 that is going to be half the room size on the x-axis and the full room size on the y-axis. How do we know that it worked? That we're placing the nodes in the correct place? Well, we are going to create an entity. Let node. Oh my god, the Swift. And we are going to create a solid component on it. With a debug color on it. And then we're going to give it a transform. Which is going to have as a location this thing right here. Minus 0.1. And as a size 0.1f, 0.1f. And vector 2's. There. That should create some nodes for us to traverse through and create a pathfinding algorithm. So right there we see one. It's there, it's very hard to see. There it is. There it is. There it is. This one's gonna be hard to see too. It's probably there. Yeah, there it is. There it is. And there it is. All right. So our nodes are created. And now we want to connect them. But it's not enough to just pass it the nodes. We have to pass the connections between the nodes. So how is that usually done? I just create a don't know if this is the best way to do it. Hold on, I gotta update the function signature so we don't have any errors building. There's probably more efficient ways of doing this, right? Y'all have code here somewhere? No, not a problem. Yeah, we'll get to that later. Let's just establish node connections. There's one connection between each floors and 2 connections per each floor, I think. Hold on. There's no connections if I don't import the correct header, so let me do that. Okay. I believe 8 connections, right? Because between floors 0 and 1, 1 and 0, 1 and 2, and then connecting the 2 rooms on the top floor, the 2 rooms on the medium floor, and the 2 rooms 8, yeah, on the bottom floor, which are they're connections that I'm gonna have to hard code, I believe. Since the graph building algorithm is an entirely different beast that we're not looking into right now. Oh, Jester left. I didn't even notice. All right. Okay. God, it sucks to do it like this. But let me see. Between room 0, room 1. Wait. 1. Wasn't it clear that this is a node connection? Okay, so we connect room 0 and room 1. You know what? Where's Excalibur? I saw you here somewhere. Very symmetrical rooms right there, but whatever. All right. This is how they're being created, I believe. And the connections that I'm doing are like this. Incredibly beautiful graph right there. I'm doing such a great job. Like this. And there's not a whole lot of colors. Like this. Incredible graph. All right, so the first connection is between 0 and 1, then 1 and 2. And there's probably a way to automate this. I cannot be bothered. There's 8 connections. Right? Yes. 8 connections. Between 0 and 1, 1 and 2. None between 2 and 3. Between 3 and 4. 4 and 5. 1 and 4. How did I go from writing like procedural building interiors a few months ago to whatever the fuck I'm doing now? It's all from scratch. Everything I'm doing is from scratch. Okay, for M5, okay, so now we want to have 6 and the number after 6, 7 and 8, and then 4 and 7. But these two connections, way more. I can already kind of think of a way to automate it, but I should absolutely fucking automate it. Because that is ugly. If x is smaller than rooms x minus 1, then this room connects to the next one. For this though, there should be a counter. That's x. X plus 1. No, not plus 11, plus 1. And a weight of 1. And also, if x is equal to... We can even make this one customizable. Stairs room, and y is smaller than rooms y minus 1, then we create a connection with the next floor. Connections, con counter plus plus, is equal to a node connection between... Yeah, hold on. This is wrong, actually. This is the index of the room. We create a connection between the current room and its successor downstairs with a weight of 3. Okay, so there was a way to automate it. I just couldn't be bothered. Now I was bothered. So we're good. All right. So that creates the pathfinding. Right, and then of course we want to bake our pathfinding with our room notice. Many are there? Num rooms. Our room connections. How many are there? Com counter. This was supposed to be an array. Okay. First thing we do is check how many connections there are. And that we've done them correctly, because for this one I don't want to draw path. I'm just gonna do this. Just a simple log that we expect to work. With a graph as good as that, how can I possibly get it wrong? But just in case, we're gonna check. Didn't crash. Fucking didn't get it wrong. Told you. Okay, we connect between 0 and 1 with a weight of 1. 1 and 2 with a weight of 1. 1 and 4 with a weight of 3. 3 and 4 with a weight of 1. 4 and 5 with a weight of 1. 4 and 7 with a weight of 3. 6 and the next number with 1. The next number and 8 with 1. Very correct. All right, now we gotta actually implement the pathfinding. And bit masking. Why do I have this open? Oh, for n bits. Right, I remember that. There's a lot of useless stuff here. And the sprite. Wasn't I... Oh, my tab organization is so horrible. I don't even remember. Where I was looking like 10 minutes ago at the algorithm. I closed it apparently, because otherwise it would say switch to tab. So I must have closed it. Okay. The algorithm itself is simple. We have a priority queue, and we have a list of unvisited nodes. So we start. Hold on. Wait, okay. The question is, I only do this once, right? Not every time I want to calculate pathfinding. The idea is to already have the pathfinding calculated. I think. It is one room to all other rooms. That's why the question is like, do I need to calculate it every time I want to do movement? Um, yeah, I could bake, but at this point it would be easier to, instead of baking, just call in it when I need it. What's the UCS pseudocode? Uh, all nodes are entered into the priority queue. This is, however, not necessary. The algorithm can start with a priority queue that contains only one item and insert new items as they are discovered. Okay, that's about right. Bidirectional, specialized variants. Okay. Okay, this makes more sense. to the closest of a set of target nodes on infinite graphs or those too large to represent in memory. So UCS. Okay. Yeah, this seems about what I want. Okay. This seems a lot simpler. Okay, so I called the function bake pathfinding, but that's not what we're going to be doing. We're instead going to be doing from one node to another. Why am I typing with an X? We want to find the path between the current room which we might even have the node for. Okay. Before we do that, though, there is an ad coming up on Twitch. So I'm going to wait for that. Take a little break. 3 minutes. And then we're going to implement this version of the pathfinding algorithm, which should be better. All right, I'll be back in 3 minutes. Unfortunately, we have returned. Unfortunately, because we're doing pathfinding. Something that, in my brain, I have decided I don't like. I've never implemented a pathfinding algorithm. It's the first time. This is the algorithm, the commented out code. Looks pretty simple. And yet, I have decided, fuck pathfinding. So, here we are. All right. We start with a node. That is our source node. And we have to have a priority queue, a PQT, if you will. Wait, what? No. A PQT called Frontier. An incredible name. Makes it sound more important than it is. Which is going to contain a maximum number of nodes, which we already know. Might even be too much, to be honest, but maybe not. If it just so happens that all nodes are just connected by one, not necessarily. Okay, and then we have expanded, which is an empty set, and that is used for whom? Exactly. The visited nodes, right? Well, before that, we do have to insert into the frontier what's its priority? This is not the weight, this is the priority. That's the problem. That would put it at the top of the list always. That's not right. Because again, the lower the priority, the faster the first one you are. When you have the lowest priority, you're the first one. So if I make it 0, it's always going to be the lowest priority. I don't think that's right. Oh, but it's popped and updated. That's true. And expanded is a set, which you just add. For visited nodes, right? Our priority queue here wants what's a void pointer? I don't really want to give you a void pointer. I just want to give you a value. Technically, you can do this. It's just kind of stupid. I guess I'm using void as a generic. Whatever. It's not the top 10 war crimes committed in C in this project, so who gives a shit? All right. Then we have expanded, which I'm assuming is the list of visited nodes. So we can just create an array for that. If this was C++, then I would have dynamics. Dynamics? What the fuck are dynamics, bro? I would have the other thing. Generics, not dynamics. Not sure where I was going with that. Is it me? Or is this pseudocode... What does this do? I'm guessing it's a while loop, because then you have the return here, or here. But what do you mean do? Okay, if frontier size is equal to 0, return false. Otherwise, we're going to get a node by popping PQ pop from the frontier, which will recalculate all the other nodes. And converting the result, which is going to be a void pointer, so we convert that to our uint64. If node is equal to dst node, then found solution. Return true. We'll need to actually see how to return something valid there, but whatever. They're just going to insert the node. And then for each of the node's neighbors, we're going to add it to the frontier or replace an existing node with n. If the n is in frontier with a hierarchical star. Okay, got it. So we're just going to go through each of the connections. Horribly inefficient, but whatever. And if Q is found path at the end, and you probably pick the node for a check before pop. And we'll We'll look at the result later. Let's just write the whole thing right now. The neighbor is I hate this. I hate all of it. Whatever, we get the... Wait, we gotta check. If it isn't expanded, so if array contains n, then we just continue to the next neighbor. Otherwise, we gotta check if it's contained in the array. Not in the array, in the other thing. How are they? Oh, I didn't change this. Okay. Does my queue have? It has traverse, but that doesn't really check that it has a value. PQT root contains a value. Same thing we're doing here. Okay. If actually we're gonna save the frontier index by going PQ contains our root, and the value that we're looking for is n. our root is actually frontier. And the value that we're looking for is hacked together like that. If it is equal to -1, then we check this. Otherwise, if frontier, else if frontier array f index dot value is bigger than the current connections I wait, then the existing node in frontier is going to get replaced. Does that make sense? Well, first off, yes, that. Yeah, where the hell am I storing the pointer to the... Hold on, I'm so confused about the what's in the priority queue right now. First off, this isn't the one that I looked at last time. And that one was a lot more explanatory than this shit. Even though it was the same website. Okay, yeah, it's this one. It's actually, okay, this is the one. Okay. Yeah, the weight is not being stored right now. I mean, if you read the algorithm that I just followed, yeah, why do I feel like this algorithm, is this the one? Don't think this is the one. This algorithm is not the whole thing. Because this one doesn't talk about weights in the slightest. All right. So usually for this type of stuff, what we want to do is we want to run it manually. All right. And see what information we actually need from it. The horizontal ones have weight 1 and the vertical ones have weight 3, I believe. This is a very, very, very simple pathfinding situation going on here. But let's say I want to go from 0 to 5. All right, so the simplest path here is to go from 0 to 1, 1 to 4, 4 to 5. But let's run the algorithm. I could do it on 2 screens, but you won't be able to see one of the screens. So, oh well. We begin with PQ frontier, PQ create, and inserting an item into it with a value of 0. So here we have our frontier, and it contains one item, 0, 0, room 0, or node 0, weight 0. Which could easily be confused with ARM registers, but that's not what I'm going for. Then we have an expanded, which currently contains nothing. Okay, so this doesn't apply. We get the first node that we find. So this comes with us. Node 0. That's where we're at right now. If it's the destination node, doesn't matter. It isn't. If not, it gets added to expanded. After which we go through each of its connections. It only has one connection between 0 and 1. And we get n as a node, which is room 1. Okay. Is it contained inside of expanded? That is to say, we've already handled this node. No. So skip that part. Is it in the array? No, it isn't. So we're going to insert it into the array with a weight of 1. Because the weight of this horizontal one is 1. And then no more connections. We're done. We begin anew. Goodbye, R0. Okay, this one has 2 connections. Right? So same thing, we add it to the expanded list. And we are still not at our destination. Our destination is 5, I believe I said. If not, it is 5 now. So we add it to the expanded. We go through each of its connections. It has a connection with R2 and R4. The connection with R4 is 3. The connection with R2 is 1. Okay, so it goes through each of these connections. They're not already contained in the array, so it tries to find them inside the frontier, doesn't find them inside the frontier, moves on, puts them in. By the way, this has been popped from the frontier, so this goes in, and this goes in, actually in that order. Okay, we move on with R2. It has one connection, so it checks that connection for R1. And if it is already an expanded, it just skips the connection. We've already visited that node. So we're done. It has no more connections. The node has died. Goodbye. Hey, so far we're navigating exactly where we expect to navigate. So I think we're doing good. Oh, and it also visited R2. It does get added to the list. Okay, so we popped the last one that we currently have. Wasn't supposed to copy that. We added to the list as a visited node. And we go through each of its connections, of which it has 4. So quite a lot to go through. It connects with... you know what? Let's just do them manually. Let's not write them down like this. All right. Well, first off, it connects with 1. That would probably be its first connection, but 1 is already in the expanded, so this one gets skipped. Then it is going to check the connection with R3. And the connection with R3 is weight 1. Cool, that got added to the array. We move on to the next one. Its connection with, let's say 5 for the sake of it. Let's ignore that this floor exists. Okay. See, this is where I would put an optimization. If the neighbor is 5, then we're done, but maybe not quite. Maybe it would make sense for it to be incremental. Honestly, no idea. Because from here, I don't see the solution to the pathfinding algorithm yet. I don't see the actual path being formed anywhere. It's here, but it also contains nodes that aren't part of it. So the weight is the least of my problems right now. But you're probably right in that it is incremental. Actually, it has to be. It has to be incremental. Which we don't actually store, interestingly enough. But we should be able to get it from there. And then increment it here. Okay, but like I said, the issue here that I'm not seeing is how to actually resolve the damn thing. Okay, we're in node 4. We've already determined that this connection has already been checked. So we've added these 2 connections. We've ignored this last connection here for the sake of simplicity. So that's it. That's all its connections already processed. We pop the first one. Happens to be 3. It has 1 connection that's already been checked. So we don't need to check it again. We pop the next one, which is 5. We added to the list. Actually, we don't. We've already Where is it? Here. Before that, we found a solution. Amazing. So the algorithm itself should run, right? And it's gonna have the incremental weight, sure. It's gonna have the weight of 1, 3, 1. It's gonna be 5. Okay. How the fuck do I get there? This is the part that's not actually, I'm not seeing in the algorithm. Because again, I have the path here. You go from 0 to 1, 1 to 4, and 4 to 5. But there's nodes here that aren't part of it, that are dying out. That I don't, you know. This is the part that I'm simply not understanding. And for that matter, the same thing happens on the end of this. Okay, we found the shortest distance, but we don't know what that shortest distance actually is. We're not actually sure. Like if we want to get to node 4 here, okay, we know its weight is 10. How do we get to it? No fucking clue. This is not actually anything useful though. This is not useful in the slightest. Again, I found the fastest node, the fastest path from one node to the other, but I'm not keeping track of which node created which. And so I'm not keeping track of which node points to which. I don't have a simple list of nodes that I just follow now in order to go to my destination. I need to go from 0 to 1 to 4 to 5. But I don't currently have a way to store that information. Now, the algorithm itself, I would say, works. Not having tested it in the slightest, but it fucking works. For example, PQ contains... Oh, let me reload the system. No! Fuck off. Found solution, weight 5. Amazing. That works. We don't actually know how to go to weight 5. We need to store the connections somewhere alongside the nodes, and we need to Okay. When I create, I add a node to the queue, I have to keep track on top of the node itself. I have to keep track of where is that node, or who called that node, essentially. Then I'm going to have wait, hold on. If in expanded I keep track of who created each node, right? So speedrun the algorithm real quick. Called by itself. Nobody called it. Okay, R1. We got to R1 from R0. So I'm using C for called by 0. R2, we also got to that by 1. 4, we got to that through 1. And 3, we got to that through 4. And 5, we got to that through 4 as well. So I found my destination by going through 4, by going through 1, by going through 0. So that should be the way to do it. The problem is I'm going to have to expand instead of using a void pointer to the node number itself, I'm going to need to use a structure for it. And that structure is going to be the frontier info. Or frontier node for that matter. Which is going to contain the uint64t node number src node. And the problem that since our queue works with pointers, we're going to need to okay. Kinda, that's what I need to do, I guess. This is when you add a node to the frontier. Also, you can add it here. By front nodes n. Wait. The contains function is not going to be so simple anymore. That one's going to have to change. I love when that happens. N, yes. N is correct. Its node is going to be n, and its color node, source node, is going to be node. That's going to have to change as well. And the pointer is front nodes object at index n. Okay, the PQ contains is no longer going to work for us. So we're just going to take it and turn it into frontier contains. Except we already know we don't have to check the value. We just have to check that I is equal to the value that we're trying to read. Did I do all of them? No. I did this check, this check, this one, this one. I still need to do this one. Where we're changing the weight, but then index val. Wait. No, not val. Pointer. And if the weight is smaller than... Was it smaller? Oh, this code is not in source control. I can't even check. Tell me. Yes. If the value is lower than the weight plus the connections I value, wait, then we're going to replace it with the lower value, lower weight that we have, but also what the hell is happening? Oh, I didn't see this here. I was so confused as to where it was coming from. When I created a new line, there was a bracket closing. All right. The F node source node is now going to change and become node. Okay. So node I called by node info source node. We expect to see a 4 there. And then we're supposed to progressively like iterate through it. Node 5 called by 4. Okay. PAC person inspired one? What is that? PAC person. Oh, Pac-Man. I see. All right, let's see how this is going. You have to be a super fast typer. Yes. 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 We've successfully path found to the path found. Between nodes 0 and 5, we now know that beautiful diagram of our house right here. We found a solution. We're now at node 5, which is called by node 4. Node 4 is called by node 1. Node 1 is called by node 0. Node 0 is called by itself. That's not really true, but yeah. We're good. Let's try something else. Let's see how quickly we can get this to break. Okay, that's path 5. Let's do path 8. I mean, node 5, node 8. This one should go 0, 1, 4, 7, 8. Okay, no infinite loop. 8, 7, 4, 1, 0. Fucking amazing. Fucking amazing right there. All right. Let's do a bunch of tests. So pathfind to 1. Also, what happens if you pathfind to yourself? We already saw what happens to 8. What happens if you go to 6? What happens if you go to 3? What if you go to a node that doesn't exist? And what if you go to the biggest worry I have here is that it might not tell us the difference between all of them, but it seems to have worked. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Let's compare what we have. All right. Oh no, it says found solution, so that's how we know. Node 1 called by 0, node 0 called by 0. So to go from 0 to 1, you just go from 0 to 1. Exactly. You're at 0, you move to 1. Simple. What about 0 called by 0? You're already at 0. Congratulations. You've wasted resources for no goddamn reason. Good job, buddy. Also, the weight of that is 1. Yes. And the weight for this one is 0. Yes. What about you want to go to node 6, which is here. It should be 0, 1, 4, 7, 6. 6, the number after. 4, 4, 1, 1, 0, 0, weight 8. 1, 4, 7, 8. Beautiful. Fucking beautiful. All right. We're trying to go to node 3. So should be 1, 4, 5. Weight is 5, indeed. 3 goes to 4, 4 goes to 1, 1 goes to 0. And then weight 2 for going to node 2. That makes sense. From 2 go to 1, from 1 go to 0. Invert that, you have the array. Okay. Amazing job. Amazing fucking work. However. Bloop. We need a way to produce these exit nodes. And how do we do that? Well, guess what? We just let you provide them. Like that. You provide the nodes. And then you can navigate them in inverse order to find where you need to go. Except I'm going to rename frontier node to path node. Just gonna do that. That. The variable name didn't change. Oh well. Mostly it's node info, and then the other one is what? F node. P node. Which, for that matter, we don't even need to do this. Yeah, but we're good. We're gonna keep doing it. Okay. Now, Let's see what happens. Pretty much what I'm doing in here, I now want to do here. It is not exactly the cleanest, because you have to traverse it backwards. It would be better if I make it, you know, frontwards. But okay, there's an ad starting, so let me think about this when we're back. We're back. Unfortunately or fortunately. Oh, you're just back now. Amazing. Well, we've made some changes. And by made, I mean we're making some changes. I don't want to return an array of which node connects with which. I just want to return an array of vectors that the pathfinding can follow to go from one place to another. So, let's do it. I'm already starting to think, how the fuck are you gonna do that? I wouldn't know what to tell you. Come back. So here we have the solution to our problem. What we don't fucking have we have the list of nodes. Okay, hold on. Here, we have the list of nodes in reverse order. The reverse order really just complicates everything, because otherwise it would be so fucking simple. But we have the list of nodes in reverse order that we need to traverse in order to go from point A to point B using this pathfinding algorithm. Great. So we want to go to node 6. We must first go to node 7. We must first go to node 4, and 1, and 0. But should it just be a linked list? Where each node gets pushed to the front, not the back. A last in, first out array really is what it needs to be. So we can easily just bum bum bum. No? What? Oh. Okay. This needs to be vector 2, path, like that. It is really not variable length, my brother. It is really fucking not. It is really not variable length, my brother. But sure. Oh, this whole pathfinding thing has been a mess. But whatever. Alright. 5 by 4, 4 by 1, 1 by 0. Okay, so then we want to insert them. Uno by uno. Inside the array. The problem is we don't know the exact amount of items in the array. So it's easier if we just return a normal array and then make you reverse it. It's kind of stupid, but you know what? Fuck it. I can't be bothered. I don't know what else to say. I just can't be bothered. Okay. We just insert the node into the path. And the node comes from what we've stored as nodes with the current node. Okay. Let's see what's going on now. Fuck yeah. We've done it. We fucking done it. We stopped that pesky system. Oh wait. The system was supposed to keep running? Oh. The goal wasn't to crash the entire thing? Oh. Wait. It's actually not supposed to crash the entire system when a process crashes? Oh. Oh, okay. Is it here that's crashing? I love just printing const char fmt. Such a descriptive print. No. Okay, that stays. This goes. The crash is happening in here. When node 4 called by 1. Yeah, it is missing a node, so that's wrong. Where exactly is it failing? It's crashing the entire system, fuck. You're not supposed to do that. Yeah, okay. That's not correct now, is it? Probably, what the fuck is even happening, bro? Is it just like... I want to see what's happening here. So how I'm just gonna do it like this, because I feel like it's gonna be a lot less problematic. Crashing the entire system, huh? All right. Okay. Got some valid shit going on here. Okay. So wherever we are right now, we're going to head to 25.9, which is game scale is 16. That's the room size, I believe. Well, do we have the... No, we didn't print that. But anyway. We go to 25.9, which is, again, the number 25. It's a little weird. Oh, it includes padding and a bunch of other things. It's not just the size of the room. Okay. And it's in the middle of the room too. So it's 16 plus 8 plus 1 of padding. I'm assuming. I think it's correct. Okay. So we go to 25.9. From 25.9 we go to 19. And from 19 we go to 42, which is this. Or in other words, couldn't select that one. All right. Sounds good. Sounds good. With path found. We've path found. Amazing. Bloop. I just hated every second of it, but we did it. What comes next? You know what? Keep those there. We have the pathfinding algorithm. Cool. Now for the last part of the stream, because I'm kind of tired and felt a headache coming on earlier, but not really anymore. But hey, let's not stick around for that to happen. I want to see how the humans react to having all of their shit moved to another room. I'm just messing with them at this point. And the easiest way to do that is to move them to another room. They're just looking in horror. Also, I put them through the wall. Whoops. Sorry, guys. There were only 3 there, and I'm not entirely sure why. Okay, there they go. Okay, that's what's happening. They're trying to go to the object, but they're unable to do it because there's an object in between. In their way, I mean. Um, ooh, that feels like I gotta put some thought into it, don't I? That feels like a not super fun one because you gotta detect if an object that you've found is in another room. If so, you gotta trigger the pathfinding algorithm and use that to move to the other room. And then use the local algorithm, which is just, to move to the location that you want. So that's our path follow. Here, path follow. Let me see. God, I really thought. I genuinely just decided that I hate pathfinding, and that's it. That's all there is to it. I just hate every aspect of it. Not sure that I can concentrate for much longer today, to be honest. It did take a lot of mental resources to do this. Not sure why, because it wasn't complicated, but it wasn't fun either. So maybe I'll just leave this part for tomorrow. I've done the pathfinding algorithm, now I gotta do the path following algorithm. Tomorrow or later tonight. Could be either one, to be honest. I guess it depends on if there is a headache coming on or not, which I believe not, but just in case. All right, so I might take a couple hour break, essentially, and come back to this later on a little more fresh, a little clearer after dinner, after walking Jester, who has not bothered showing up in most of the stream today. And implement some logic for the path following, which here it's gonna look a little something like this. Okay, so if the object is in a different room, then we're going to want to determine a path using the algorithm that we just created, store that somewhere. If no path exists, we're just going to fail the pathfinding. Otherwise, we've determined the path. We determined that it exists. Goal is... So actually, this will go even before the direction. Okay, we follow the path by simply heading to the next step in the direction. And once we are there, Pretty much like that. If the object is in another room, we're going to determine a path to it if we haven't already. And if no path exists, we failed. Otherwise, we're going to follow the path while it exists. Our direction is going to be the path's the direction towards the next step in the path. Once we're done with that, we're going to check if we're in the same room. If not, we failed. We didn't actually get there. And then we run the current logic, which simply just puts us, makes us go to the object. With some logic about not moving vertically, essentially. But that's currently not a logic that they have. It will be, but it currently isn't. All right, so that's kind of what we need to implement. Not super difficult, but not super something I want to do right now. Okay, there's a small chance, not gonna lie, small chance, that I finish this later today in a couple hours. Like I said, take enough of a break to get some dinner, some time away from all of this, and some walking jester, fresh air, touch grass perhaps, touch something a little less pleasant through a bag that jester might or might not produce, because such is the life of a dog owner, or dog parent, or whatever you want to call it. And return and finish this in a few hours, or tomorrow. Tomorrow I do have a stream scheduled. Oh, the calculator didn't open. I pressed the button. Not sure what happened there. Oh, I didn't. I pressed this button. All right. Tomorrow's stream is scheduled for 9 p.m. CEST. No, 8:30. So about an hour from now, but tomorrow. But why do I always have to select the window twice? That's 7:30 UK time. You can convert it from that. But if not, if I do stream again today and finish this, it's gonna be, let's say, around 9:30. So in about 2 hours, to 10 to 2.5 hours. But we will know in a bit. I'm going to link my Discord where you can get notified for live streams. So I'm gonna announce it a little bit earlier if I do end up live streaming, or if I decide to just leave this part for tomorrow. And honestly, after this part is implemented, we're done with the logical part of the game. Well, the minimum, the logical part. What am I saying? I definitely need a break. All right. We're done with the required elements of the game, the minimum viable product, the very basics of the game, and everything that I built on top of that is going to be for me to, expand, play around a little bit, experiment with the game, optimize a few things here and there. Maybe not, maybe yes, we'll see. All right. But that is it for now. So thank you so much, everyone, for watching. I'm going to be leaving now, and in a few hours, might stream again, might not. I'm gonna talk about it on my Discord, so there's the link, and I will see you then.